and then came back.
Hello, welcome. Hello everyone. Katie, you're hilarious. Welcome to the first ever official sprint for the Old Lady Crafts Book Club, where the only requirements are you need to show up with a book and you need to show up with a craft.
You don't even need to be an old lady.
Doesn't even have to be the same book right now.
No.
We might do occasionally a book. That is still to be decided. I think it primarily will depend on whether or not we're all interested in the same book at any point.
Yeah.
Because we can be so widely different in what we like to read.
Also imagine that we pick a book and then all three of us hate it, and then it turns into the saltiest ever sprint you've ever seen.
Have you met old ladies, Aoife? They're very salty.
Actually. I know. That's what I'm excited about.
Listen, I mean, we could, instead of going for cozy books, we could look for books that all three of us hate. We could do that.
We could do that. And don't threaten us with a good time.
I know. No idea how often these sprints are going to happen. They'll happen when they happen. But welcome to the inaugural sprints. I am joined by my two lovely co-hosts in this book club. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves and your channels and what you read? I'll get you guys links down below in the description in this next sprint. I will take a break from my craft. But yeah, let us know. So I'll say we start with who you are, what you are currently working on, if you can say, and what you usually read, just in case anyone is finding us for the first time, because that's the plan.
Yeah.
All right. My name is Julie. I'm from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. I am currently working on a Eras Tour poster blanket. So I have 2 completed squares that I have to attach. And I typically read, I'm a bit of a omnivorous reader, so I read a little bit of everything. But I typically lean fantasy, magical, some kind of not in our world, or our world with extras.
Nice.
My name is Aoife. This is the blanket feel like I've been working on since the dawn of fucking time. I am about 3 balls of wool from the end, though, which is good.
Yay!
My channel is Pretty Purple Polka Dots. I am the very opposite of Julie in that all of the books that I read take place in our world. I am a very big contemporary romance. I am a very big contemporary fiction, historical fiction, thrillers. I have dipped my toes into the pond of cozy fantasy, and I have enjoyed it, but I haven't fully gone swimming yet.
Okay. I'm so proud of you, Aoife.
Thank you. Yeah. Honestly, it's all Julie's fault, because she put The Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches on my 12 and 24, and then I read it, and I had a great time.
Basically a contemporary.
Yeah. It's got witches in it.
Sorry, I just saw Brianna's comment. You can't say funny things, Brianna, when I'm taking a sip of my tea. Just don't do it.
I think that is specifically when she waited. She had it typed out, and then she thought, right, she's reaching. She's reaching. Okay, Sam.
Time.
Hello, I'm Margaret. If you haven't met me yet, this is my channel. I'm the Word Nerd. And I am currently working on the very first blanket I ever started. It is a blanket that is just this purple section and this yellow section repeating over and over. And I am on the very final section of this repeating part of the pattern. So once I do this, it's a wide, dark purple band. And then I'm going to do the rest of the border. So I've been working on, this is the very first crochet project I ever started.
When did you start it?
I want to say December 2022 or fall of 2022, because I was working on it while I was doing the first year I started going out with my dad to see clients. So I'm pretty sure that was that was 2022 because last year was the first year that I was I was officially stepping in, and 2022 is when I was just starting to go out a few times with him. So anyways, this has been a blanket 2 years in the making simply because I start too many projects and then I get bored with them and I put them down, and that's fine. I come back to them eventually. So I'm going to be working on this. I may work on getting my genre blanket caught up because I'm pretty sure that I'll get to finish it in like June.
My friend is doing a temperature blanket for every day of the year. She's in April. This is November.
It's the pattern that I chose because of the way the pattern goes. Every book is 2 rows.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be doing the same with mine.
Yeah, it's technically 4 rows, but... And January, February, and March, I read quite a bit. Because I haven't even gotten to where we tried our 30 and 30 yet. But I do know that after April, the amount of books that I read per month was like 2, 3, like I think the most I read is 6. So I was concerned that I wasn't going to have enough to finish the blanket, but now I think I may have to make 2 blankets, which is fine.
Like a January to June and then July to December?
Yeah, something like that.
Nice.
Because I don't know, because I haven't read a lot since, like, even during like Amazing Readathon, which is one of my best months last year, I did not read nearly as much this time around as I did last year.
Neither did I. So you're not alone there.
Yeah. But I am currently reading. Have we discussed what we're reading?
No.
Okay, well, I will start that part of the discussion. I'm going to be starting Defy the Night by Brigid Kimmerer. It's Aoife's fault. And it's one of the books that I'm listening to because the sequel might be on the Goodreads choice list. So I'm trying to get. I know I need to read for sure. I need to read Realm Breaker also by Victoria Aveyard. But I've never read Brigid Kimmerer before.
Are you doing fantasy stuff?
What?
You're doing fantasy then?
I'm doing YA fantasy. Yeah.
Oh, YA fantasy. Okay.
I made the goal to stay on top of the adult fantasy category this year and read a lot more of the new releases. And I didn't. And there is no way. Like, I might be able to get caught up on, especially since I did YA fantasy last year, I might be able to get caught up on for YA fantasy. There is no conceivable way I am going to be able to get caught up in the adult fantasy category.
Fair.
Yeah.
So I think what might happen is I might try reading every Goodreads or every fantasy that won the Goodreads Choice Awards this year.
Oh, that's fun too.
I might start that project. We'll see. I've tried. I don't know. It's been a weird couple of years for me in BookTube. So, what are y'all reading today?
I am going to be reading The Perils of Lady Catherine de Bourgh.
Yes.
How's
it going?
I love this series to absolute bits. And it has hit the fan like right before we came on, so I'm very excited to see it all play out. But yeah, so I'll be reading that, and then I might switch it up a little bit depending on how far I get, because I'm buddy reading this, so I don't want to
buddy reading it, so you don't want to get too far. Yeah, I've got a book that I mistakenly picked as one of my TBR Harvest / Babelin books, and then I realized that I'm buddy reading it with people, and we're doing a very slow buddy read because we're not sure when we're going to the next part.
Oh, fair.
Anyways, we have a few friends in the chat. Let's say hello. Hello, Kale. Katie says, happy time zones, everyone. Yes, happy time zones. Katie, were you one of the ones that pointed out that it was scheduled for 3 a.m. Aoife's time?
You know how you said if you've ever scheduled sprints for 3 a.m., it's a cry for help? If you ever call me on for sprints at 3 a.m.
Murder? I'm pretty sure that means I'm uninvited.
Yeah.
Dear. Oh, I love it. Hello, welcome. I love that this is now an actual thing. Sometimes you just get an idea and you want to hang out with friends. I don't know about anyone else. I don't know about anyone else. That's why I do sprints. They're great for my watch time, but I don't do sprints. I do them because I'm like, I want to talk with my friends. I need to get better about like actually being like, hey, can we hang out behind the scenes and not have it be like a YouTube thing? But here we are. So we had a fun time with that sprint and we decided it needed to be a thing.
Yeah. And now look at us go.
Look at us craft.
Yep. Yeah. And there will be an official thumbnail that has all of its crafting that I will replace this with probably at some point. I just haven't been asked to put makeup on because I have to film, I think, today or tomorrow. And my face has not been kind to, I've been going through a flare with my eczema. I can cover that up. Yeah, I can cover that up with makeup and you won't be able to, like, I can make my skin look a normal color, but it's right now it's kind of, or it was in a stage where like you still would be able to tell something was going on because the foundation sits differently when it's all angry. Eats books. Yeah, I wish that was a way you could read things.
Yeah, imagine you could just like take a book in by osmosis.
Yeah.
Imagine, yeah, right? I was gonna say, imagine you could just like read a book by eating it, and that could be the thing that sustained you. And I mean, I would be good for a while. I wouldn't need to buy food, but also I don't want to eat my books. They're pretty.
I wouldn't have any shelf trophies left.
No.
Yeah, what would I? Anyways, hello, Natalie. Sorry, what was that, Aoife?
What's gonna look nice in my house?
Yeah, they do. I need to get on getting my room reorganized so I can replace these bookshelves. Because number one, my Percy Jackson shelf is starting to look a little bit fatigued.
Mm.
There's so many books on there. There is a bow to the shelf, and I'm like, oh
dear.
Oh dear.
Might have to switch that one out with a different shelf that doesn't have nearly as many books on it. Maybe like put some, because all of the other shelves are fine. It's just that one. Because I have so many copies of those books. I have a problem. I have a problem. Natalie says, hello. The issue I'm having right now is that I am a mood reader and I don't feel like listening to audiobooks at the moment, so it's either craft or read. Uh-oh.
Okay. Craft while we are talking, read while we are reading.
There you
Brilliant. Go. Aoife has a more balanced approach than I was going to do because I have been hyper-focusing on this blanket. So I'm like, I'm just going to work on the blanket. I'm listening to an audiobook, so I'm not allowed to do anything but read and craft during these sprints.
I'm editing a video. Does that count?
I mean, you can. However you want to spend your sprint, you can. I just am like, we're going to make time for this because I want to finish this freaking blanket. And this time I won't have to tear out several. This is about where I was when I had to tear out like.
Oh no, what happened?
All of this. Like I had to tear out all of this. All the way down there. So this is a pattern that has a front side and a back side. And I missed a row.
Crocheted the back side on the front side on the back.
Yeah, I missed a row, so it swapped. So suddenly the front pattern was on the back and the back pattern was on the front.
Fun.
Katie says, I'm catching up. I'm writing some art reviews, but crochet is next. Either a cardigan or a little owl that looks like a golfer.
An owl that looks like a golfer.
That sounds adorable.
I should start smaller projects because everything I want to do is a blanket.
I know.
I am attempting to teach myself how to make a hat. It's not going super well.
No.
I abandoned the brioche stitch completely because fuck that noise. And I am just going to go with a stockinette stitch or maybe a rib. And if they don't like it,
And you knit, because I know Julie and I crochet, but you're specifically a knitter.
I knit. Crochet broke my brain. So I went back to the big needles.
That's so funny. I went the other way around and like, I feel like maybe that's the way to do it if you want both, because I feel like it was easier to figure out everything.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Honestly, I have so much to do that sprints are going to be the only way I get it done, but I'm journaling at the moment and then working on writing a book. So I guess that counts as a craft. It does.
That is a
Hello.
craft.
Morning, Katie. Kellen is here as well. Good morning. I'm crocheting this morning. Might listen to Where the Dark Stands Still while I crochet. Beautiful.
That sounds nice.
I didn't point out the wrong time for the sprints. I did point out that the part 2 came before part 1, and that was an oopsie. Yes, that's something that happened. What was it? I told everyone that was when I told everyone, if you ever see me willingly starting sprints at like 2 a.m., check on me. Like if you see me starting like scheduling sprints for 2 a.m., it's a mistake. If you see me actually starting a sprint at 2 a.m., check on me. I'll be
the only one awake. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah. Hold on. I have to count 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, it was very funny. I was like, yeah, that's not. I mean, I think I was pushing it with doing the 11 to 3 for IFA this time around. I was like, yeah, okay, it's fine. But that started at 11 and ended at 3. So it wasn't a cry for help. But if I'm starting them at 2 a.m., someone is standing over there with a gun.
You guys haven't gone back yet, have you? Is that this weekend?
That is this weekend, I believe.
We've gone back already.
I think I can't remember whether this is the time change that I hate or the one that I like.
This is the one where you get darker earlier, and I fucking hate that.
Yeah, I know. I hate that part.
I hate now it, that it doesn't mess with my sleep as much.
Yeah,
because it's always dark all the time. Yeah,
I'm like, now that I kind of determine my own hours, I at least have some, like, I have the opportunity to still work out when it's day, like go for my run and like go for my walks when it's daylight potentially, without like having to like, because when I was working at the counseling place, I would get home at like 5:30 and have to immediately change into my workout. Like I finally got to a point where I was changing into my workout clothes and driving straight to the park that I, do my workout at, because otherwise it was going to be so dark I wasn't getting any of my vitamin D time.
Oh, fair.
So, yeah.
Okay, who else do we have? Shelf trophies, yes. Yeah. Kellen says I also need to finish up a Trail of Storms, hopefully this weekend. Good for you. I'm working on making bookshelves. Good for you. Hello, Pinar. I joined to continue my second book for Act 4. I know Fabelin is over it. Oh, well, I plan to be done with Fabelin till Bucket Listathon, which starts on November 15th. Listen, you might as well finish those books.
Yeah.
Also help me. I can't get off Ravelry. I can't help you with that, man.
Same.
So
ever since I discovered it, it's been a danger.
Yeah, I know. Nope, I don't want to do that. Okay, there we go. I'm doing bad just being on YouTube. I don't need to get on Ravelry.
So I want to ask what Ravelry is? Or is it dangerous?
It's a knitting site. A knitting and crochet site.
Shit tons of patterns.
Okay.
So what I do is I try to I will look up the pattern I'm looking for, and I almost always go to YouTube first because I like visual stuff.
Yeah, same.
Same.
So Kale says I haven't run in months. It's been a few weeks for me too. So many patterns. Yeah, I don't need more inspiration. Thank you. I already have enough pattern books here. I just bought a book about granny squares, and I was thinking about doing like an eras themed blanket where like every square was a different color. Alternated them. I don't know. So yeah, no. Anyways, shall we start our first sprint? We've been here for a minute.
I think let's do that.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds like a plan.
All right. I'm going to pull. I feel like the Dark Academia still kind of fits our cozy vibe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we shall go in 3, 2, 1. Mute your mics. Hello and welcome back, everybody. How we do? How we do? That's right. I got 90% into Defy the Night, and I am on the second to last row of this color, at least. Halfway through? I don't know. I ordered some more crochet goodies. I canceled. So yesterday, I think I ordered some metal stitch markers. So they're like safety pins, but instead of having the curly thing, they have like a little arc at the bottom. So it's a big old wide loop. And I'm going to start using those instead of the plastic ones, just because the plastic ones only have so many times that you can like use them before they snap. But the set that I had ordered wasn't going to come until like end of next week. And it's like, I'm not patient enough for that. So I canceled that one. And I ordered a new set that has fewer pieces, but I probably don't need 600 pieces. I probably don't need 600 pieces considering I use like 12 at a time. That'll be here tomorrow along with a different yarn ball winder that can wind larger balls of yarn, because like I like this flat yarn style in my little yarn bowl. However, this is only a little bit smaller than the biggest yarn I can do. And I'm like, I need to be able to get more yarn on one of my yarn balls, because like that's like, you don't want to have, like, you want as much of the skein as you can get on that yarn ball, you know? Right. So I'm getting one that can do about 10 ounces. And we will see. And might have to limit it to so that it fits in this guy. In which case I may return this guy and just get a bigger yarn bowl. Because we'll just say he arrived damaged because I chipped. But I like this one though. I want to keep this one. Anyways, I'm not far enough into this book to know whether I like it or not. I have thoughts, but I don't know what they are yet.
Are the thoughts too chaotic?
What?
Are the thoughts too chaotic?
It's more that I don't have any strong feelings either way yet.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like the premise of this is intriguing. I have some thoughts because it sounds like this plague or this fever that they're dealing with is potential. Like it's reminding me of, I believe it was the Black Death, although that had a higher like infection rate amongst families. But like they can't figure out how it's spreading because contact isn't what spreads it. So my thought is, okay, so maybe fleas or something like that. But also it could be a magical thing because this is a fantasy. So that part is intriguing to me. I don't know if I like the characters yet.
Okay.
Fair enough.
We'll see how I end up feeling. It sounds like this is going to be like another like royal falls in love with a commoner or something like that kind of story, which I'm always game for. I just have to like them both. So anyways, how did y'all do?
I have connected 2 squares.
Yay!
And started on another square.
Nice. I love it.
I'm 66% into Lady Catherine de Bourgh, so I think I'm going to stop here.
Yeah.
And switch over to A Dark and Secret Magic.
Nice.
Nice.
Still good?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Very good.
Aoife?
I got my video edited. It is now rendering. And I am designing the thumbnail.
Nice.
My blanket is this much. This the teal one is everything that I've done today.
Yeah.
And then I need to decide what to read. I have some ideas, but I haven't gotten anything concrete.
Yeah. Do you need help deciding? You know we're good at that.
I think so. I'm leaning Here We Go Again by Alison Cochrane.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'm fully ready to get my feelings hurt, but I hear really good things about it. I'm also leaning business casual by BK Boris and Chris Arndt. Brittany read it, loved it. How to End a Love Story by Yulin Kwan. I've heard a lot of good things about as well.
Oh, I was going to read that one at some point this year.
Yeah.
I think that's the one I was going to read.
I have a lot of thoughts. So if anyone in the comments has read any of those 3 books, please guide me in the direction.
I think you should wait on How to End a Love Story just because that's on my list of books I need to read for a project. So you give me enough time to get a copy of it, I can buddy read it with you.
Interesting. Let's shelf that for now then.
Okay. Like it's for a video project that I would like to start in the next couple of by December.
Okay.
So, I don't know if it's one that you need to read for Goodreads Choice, which I totally understand.
I think it might be in the top 10, but I'm not entirely certain it will.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Here We Go Again by Alison Cochrane.
Somebody in the Golden Runes read it for one of the acts and thought it was really good and also broke their heart.
But if you're not, if you're not feeling what's the word? Like getting your feelings hurt.
Vulnerable.
Read Business Casual.
Brittany said that there's no 3rd act breakup in it.
Oh, yeah, then definitely read Business Casual. Let's go. Let's see how that is.
I know. The other 2 seemed a little more emotionally fraught. That one seems like fun.
That's a good point.
Because isn't Here We Go Again? Isn't that the one that it's their college or their high school teacher or something, and they're doing a road trip? Yeah, that one's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
I feel like it's big enough. You're probably gonna need to read it anyways. But let's go with the no 3rd act breakup book.
That sounds like a Saturday book.
I agree. So, how did everyone else do? Give me just a second. Let me finish this stitch. Maybe finish this stitch without splitting the fucking yarn.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, it happens occasionally. It doesn't happen as much with this one as it does with the Joann's brand yarn. Because that one has a little bit looser weave, but that one is also much softer. So, okay. Kellen was suggesting some crochet books. I have a couple of crochet books too. One with one skein patterns and one called Happy Hooker. I love it. I should look up that one skein pattern book. That sounds like one that might be fun, especially since I now have yarn was on sale. So I bought extra yarn for this blanket, not realizing how close I was to finishing it. So now I have extra of all the colors. And the only one that I've needed to break out, which is the one I went to the store for, was the yellow, which I think I may be able to get through the yellow without needing I might be able to finish it with just what I have right here, potentially. So there's that. I have like I said, I have another one coming in today that's like projects. But I'm pretty sure there are some big projects in there as well as small projects. I hope everyone I know is prepared to have me gift them yarn shit.
I would take yarn shit.
I hope y'all are all prepared for me to just randomly at one point have blankets and things show up at your front door.
I mean, I will have some questions, but I'll roll with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yours, I probably would just put in my luggage, or where.
Work on it in the plane.
Yeah.
Spend the entire 8 hours just knitting or crocheting a blanket.
Yep. The only project I have right now that isn't a blanket is the sweater that I've been working on. And I need to finish it so that I have because all of my sweaters right now are either hoodies or Taylor Swift cardigans. And this is just a neutral, it's not tweed. It's like a heathered, like dark gray with like white yarn.
Ooh.
So it's gonna be a gorgeous, like the pattern's gorgeous. It's gonna be a gorgeous sweater. It's gonna be really big.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a gorgeous sweater. I just need to finish it, and I also need to add pockets. So
I really want to get into the little like stuffed things.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Start. I'm gonna have too many, so I will also just eventually sending
them to people. I think it would be fun to be able to like do those and like crochet your friend's pets.
Oh,
that would be so much fun to be like just send a little like Briar or send a little like Schmidt.
Yes.
Be cute.
Oh my God! Imagine Doyle carrying around a Doyle in his mouth all the time. His emotional support Doyle.
I'm sorry, we got to end sprints now. I can't. I
Doyle's
can't.
emotional support Doyle.
We're all gonna go figure out how to do that.
If Bree is still
No.
here. Bree, if you're still here. Doyle's emotional support Doyle.
Oh my God.
Oh, I don't know how Rihanna feels about stuffies, but she might fight him on that one. I think the problem with crochet is that may not last as well as like.
No, but also
it would be so cute.
Adorable.
Anyways, so March, for the book I was listening to, Everett has completely changed his smile to your credit system, and I'm not happy. Honestly, they needed to have done this so long ago.
So what happens now? Hold on, what?
Yeah, no, so I have no idea. It's shitty that they would do it in the middle of a book and not let you finish that book.
And not wait till you're finished.
Yeah, they needed to have gone to a credit system so long ago because the way that they work is just so like it's so hard to figure out what books you can still read.
Yeah.
And they need to have some more transparency, and I think a credit system is. But yeah, that's shitty that they would do it in the middle with no warning. Good morning, Clarissa.
I didn't even know that they were doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mess with them anymore. So
yeah,
because they banned
mainly because they won't allow you to mess with them.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, but I mean, I do, but I don't because they never told me why I got banned. They're just like, sorry. Apparently, PayPal will do that as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jeez.
PayPal will ban people because you don't get any chance to like dispute it. But there are people that I've seen people saying that they've been banned for like fraud or whatever when they hadn't committed fraud or done whatever it was. So anyway, these apps have way too much control over what they're allowed to. Like there should be. Yeah. Kellen says I'm listening to Mouth by John Gwynne. Got my journaling done, and I'm trying to figure out the bureaucratic tape of a small business grant. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, good luck.
Godspeed, my friend. Katie says, wrote 2 reviews and picked out yarn for The Little Owl. I also decided the spell shop for my next book.
Nice.
Katie is reading The Angel of Indian Lake. Made it to the halfway point. Feel very accomplished. How are you feeling about that book, Katie? Because about that point, I had no idea how I felt. That's a book.
End of sentence.
That is not an IFA book, by the way.
Okay,
I don't
thank you.
Any of Stephen Graham Jones's books are IFA books because I know
I was thinking it would have been a Stephen Graham Jones. I don't know why. He just came to my head.
Yeah. There's definitely eye stuff in the second book. I know that for a fact. They're so good, but they're also like, Jesus, he is going to put you through everything you can potentially go through. So, hello, Samira. I'm on a lunch break, so I won't be able to stay long, but I wanted to say hi. Thank you.
Hello.
I would definitely like to join that buddy read because I have that from Book of the Month. I love it.
All are welcome.
Sorry, someone just took the bump near my road way too fast. I was like, are you okay?
Your car okay?
Like, so, yes. So the way that my neighborhood works is you have stop signs on certain streets, but then the cross street does not have a stop sign.
How well do you know your girlfriend?
Mhm.
Might as well, because my neighborhood is so old that like there's a bow. Like there is, and like some of it is brick. So like the streets going north, west to east, east to west, those are brick, right?
Mhm.
And so then going north to south that way, those are paved. So it's like paved between the brick streets. And so you always end up with this just little dip. And so you got to take that slowly. And so you might as well have a stop sign there. But people who are not native to my neighborhood do not know that. And so now and then you'll hear someone go over like a cross section, and I'm right near a crossroad or cross section, and you'll just hear "Galunk!"
Oh no.
And sometimes it's more alarming than others. So that was an alarming one.
Have people lost like parts of their car?
Sorry, what?
Have people lost parts of their car to it?
I don't think so. Not that I know yet, but there are definitely some pieces of like things that have been scraped when you have a low car. Like I go over them really slow because I have a low car. So Brianna says, I've popped back into y'all talking about Doyle. Glad he's famous on BookTube now. Katie says, I made an army of amigurumi mushrooms in August and September and totally started sending them to friends. Yeah.
That's
like
cute.
this might be a thing that happens, y'all. It's actually not that bad a system. You get 3 credits for $16.99, but if you're in the middle of the book, it should say unlock. That's what mine did. Yeah. Which is not like $16.99 for 3 credits. Not bad. And at least now, you know, like you can gauge how many books, like you have a better idea of how many books you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mine didn't. It made me unlock. Maybe I was on the free trial and I had a credit to unlock it. I just liked it because it was the KU of audiobooks. Yeah. I was already iffy about picking up another audiobook sub since I have Audible and Libro FM, but I was considering it since I could listen to everything. Understandable. Yeah, I already had on. If anyone can if anyone gets apprentice to the villain or assistant to the villain, Brianna, was 1 star, and I will likely end up on my worst books of the year. Sorry for anyone that loved it. There you go. The first one. I was going to say, I feel like I would know if you had started apprentice to the villain because you've been giving us the play-by-play. So
Rainey and I sort of like read them. I finished it and she had just started it. So we were just yelling in a group chat at each other about it.
That's hilarious. I want to read this book simply because I want to see if it is actually as bad as everyone says it is. Because I have yet to have someone that I know like this book. I'm pretty sure.
That's never a good sign.
What?
That is never a good sign.
No, it's not, and I'm so intrigued. There's something wrong with me. Anyway. Samira says,
Are you a sadist?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you a sadist? Are you just
No.
doing it to yourself?
No, I'm just fucking nosy.
Oh, that's okay. Cliff notes,
Like-
bro.
I'm that person that I
Okay.
want to know. I want to know people's business, not because I want to spread the gossip.
I just want to be
although I
informed.
will. But I just want to know. Okay, well, what is going on with that situation? Because I'm intrigued. Like,
Fair.
This is
So-
why I'm like training myself to DNF because I'm just curious what's gonna happen. But then I
mhm.
get to the end and
How much worse can it get?
yeah, how much worse can I get? But then I get to the end and I'm not happy. So I'm like, this is why I'm learning to DNF.
It's funny because the few books that I've wanted to DNF in the last few years were all books that I was like, well, I have to finish this because it's for like a book club where I need to be able to discuss it. And like one of them was an author that if you do not finish the book, that people who like the book, like the author's fans, will act like you have no right to criticize it. So I at least wanted, like, they feel like, and I get it. because like one of the biggest things that, well, you got to read the next few series because she fixes it in the next few series. If she didn't fix it in this series is still, it's a bad ending. It's still bad. It's still like, it doesn't matter if you fix it later. If you don't fix it in the story where it's the main plot, bad. Anyways.
You can still change your yeah. That was actually going through my head as you wrote the initial comment. It's like, for me, Miss Abby Jimenez, who so many people have celebrated and all of that, but I just keep going, but the friend zone. But the friend zone, and how she wrote infertility and not like other girls. And I know she's going to be in the top 10.
I don't know.
I know she'll be in the top 10, and I know Just for Summer will be like, I think it'll podium finish. Mm-hmm. I have it on my Kindle, one of the Kindles, and I am vibrating with horror that I have to read it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm a little bit softer on the not like other girls trope than I think a lot of people are, because I remember feeling that way. And so for me, it's about, is that a plot point, or is that like why? Because like one of the examples that I've recently found is like Lila Bard from the Darker Shade of A lot of people are like, oh, she's got this whole not like other girls trope. Mm-hmm. The thing is, we only ever see her talk about rich women, and it's consistent with her opinion of rich people in general. We don't see that attitude necessarily when applied to all women. Like the thing that people like to, like the moments that people like to use to say, oh, this is why she's this. I was like, no, she has a natural and understandable contempt for rich ladies in the way that she has been shown them.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like it's very like she's Regency era, Great Britain, England. And so like her opinion of rich women is very much in line with what the political cartoons of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think that that's something that if you just go, oh, well, she's got the not like other girls trope, and you just dismiss it, like you missed all of that context there, especially since I think a lot of the people that probably are picking up that kind of fantasy book, especially since the historical aspect is not really like, it's there for like 30 seconds and then it's not there for like you're going to miss that and you're not going to realize that. Mm-hmm. But like for me, it's like, why are they not like other girls? For me, why are we doing like, for example, the manic pixie dream girl trope? And are we doing it well? Because I've seen it done well and I'm like, okay, if you do it well, I'm okay with it. If you're just doing it to do it, please
just don't bother.
Yeah. Anyways. Let's see. Bram says nincompoop. That's all I'll say.
I have a question.
You have questions?
Yes. Do I continue with the blanket that was started when Jesus was born? Or do I go on to the Kindle/book sleeve that is for my friend? I can talk about it because she's doing family day, their husband and their son, so she's not here. It looks like this.
I love that you think she would be here regardless.
I tell her I do things, and sometimes she's there and sometimes she's not.
I feel okay.
See, I will be seeing her on December the 15th.
Do the sleeve. Get it done with.
Yeah.
Get the sleeve done with. Like, work on the sleeve until it frustrates you, and then go back to the blanket.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, that's a good way.
I like that. I still like to buy buttons.
You want to tear it apart, and then you...
Oh, that's the stage that I'm at with this blanket, because I want to free up the needles so that I can start on another blanket. And that's not even going to be able to be started until next year, because it's my ratings blanket.
Ooh, is that what we're doing for next year?
Yep, and I finally have my color scheme.
Beautiful. Ooh. I love it. Ooh, what did I do here? Yeah.
I've got to consider if I'm going to do one of those. I never have.
I love how my rocker blanket for this year is turning out. Like, I'm seriously considering just like breaking down the one that I have for, was it 2023? Because I'm like, I'm never going to finish this. I don't like the pattern as much as I like this one. So like, why not?
Yeah.
I'm also hanging on to it. Yeah,
you
sorry.
Go ahead, and then I'll ask my question.
I was going to say, I'm also hanging on to it, and I haven't broken it down yet, because if I run out of yarn and Joann's, because Joann's has filed for bankruptcy. I don't think it's the type that's like they're closing stores, but it does have a lot of the colors that I would be using for this year's genre blanket. So if I have to, I will break it down and use that yarn. So that's part of why I haven't continued to work on it.
I see.
Yeah.
So anyways, all right, Aoife.
My question was as follows. Do you have a specific stitch for specific genres? Because somebody that I saw doing a ratings blanket had like a 5-star was a garter stitch, and a 4-star was like stockinette, and 3 stars was something different, and 2 stars was something different, etc., etc. So do you have like a specific stitch for each rating or genre, or is it just bucket, just colors?
So it's just colors. I have a color for each genre. I have a color for each rating. So like my neutrals, so it alternates between the bright colors and the neutrals, which is why I love it so much. Nice. So my neutrals are my ratings, and my colors are my my genres. My last blanket I did, the colors again were the genre. I had a color for my rating, I think it was. No, I had a color for the format that it was. Okay. And then the stitch, I did like a half double for adult. I did a Suzette stitch for middle grade, and I did a double crochet for YA. Mistake. So I didn't really experiment with different stitches last year.
I am not established enough with my stitches to do a specific stitch per rating, but
how many stitches do you know?
3.
Format. If you want to vary the stitches, audiobook, physical book, ebook, or immersion. However,
not bad. That's actually not a bad idea.
There you go.
Or you could learn, and you could just, if you wanted, you could just learn a 4th stitch, so you can do like a kind of a blend. Like if you go back and forth.
Yeah, like if I was immersion reading, could be or mixed media or something like that.
Yeah, the nice thing about crochet, and I think this is similar to knitting too, is that like all of the stitches that you have are a combination of they're a combination of like 4 different stitches, which is the single, the half double, the double, and the triple crochet. So like no matter what you're doing, you're going to be using those 3 stitches. I think knitting is similar, but I feel like there's also a little bit more skill involved.
Yeah, a lot of it is kind of based on the knit and the purl, and then it's just like, oh, you have to knit 2, purl 1, knit 2, purl 1, or whatever.
You've got me wanting to pick up my knitting project again. Doggone it, Aoife.
You're welcome. Join me.
Maybe that's what I'll do.
Look what I am. I'm a red flag.
Maybe that's what I'll do for the next sprint is I'll start that again, because I have to watch the video again. But anyways,
my entire watch history for the last couple of days has just been like knitting projects, knitting patterns, new stitches, new cast on methods, etc.
Nice.
Someday I'll pick up more stitches, but for now I have 2.
Hey, you know what? And that's doing you so good right now, you don't need no more.
Exactly.
Yeah. Honestly, my favorite is the half double. I love the half double. It's so easy, but it gives you such it's so meaty.
Yeah. I love it.
I don't know. I like my fabrics because apparently this is a fabric. I like my fabrics to be like a little bit like tighter than like a half double or a triple goes. But also if you want to do really great patterns, you have to know how to do those. Let's see. Samira says, I liked Assistant to the Villain, but it's not for the accuracy. I liked it for the drama. Colin
That's
says,
why you want to read it. There's drama in there.
Yep. I've had actual almost arguments with my wife about DNFing because she'll be like, I am not liking this book. And I'm like, well, stop reading. And she'll be like, but I want to know what happened. That's my thing. When it comes to DNFing.
Me a lot. I don't want to keep reading this, but I want the drama. I want the tea. I want the messiness. But I don't want to have to slog through this.
So long as there is still a question that I want answered and it's not interfering with me reading other books.
Yeah.
Like I've had books where I'm like, oh, I'm not reading because I'm avoiding picking this book up. So I'm not reading anything else. Okay, it's time to DNF that. If it's making me not read at all, because I don't. But if there is a question that I still want answered, if there's something that I am still intrigued about, that is enough to keep me going, whether I like the book or not. Because number one, I know if it's like a 1-star, 2-star book, I'm going to get a rant in there. It will get people talking. And I think people talk to me more about books that I either liked or loved than they do about like those middle books.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That. But like, I'm also again, we said nosy bitch. So, Brianna says the villain in this book is about as much of a villain as Gru is in Despicable Me. Couldn't get that visualization out of my head. I feel like that's a valid trope. You just have to do it well. Brianna needs to figure out the colors for next year. 2023 were living room blankets. 2024 is for my blankets, my bedroom. So I'm not sure what I'll do for next year.
These are the colors that I'm going with for 2025. If this helps literally anyone. 5 stars is like this kind of a blue. Mm-hmm. Baby blue-ish. 4-star is gray. 3 stars is purple. 2 stars is like a chocolate mocha coffee brown kind of thing. 1 star is pastel green, and whites for nonfiction.
Nice.
And I'm probably going to do a border up and down of 10 in black.
Nice. I mean, the question is, do you want it to be a blanket for you? Do you want it to be a blanket for someone else? Because, like, if you're like, I don't have anywhere else to put blankets, you could make one for someone else and just choose colors that they would like.
You could bring it into the office and have it as an office blanket.
Yeah, have it as an office blanket.
No.
When it gets cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where else? I mean, you could have a cozy blanket for your office at home too, because
you have a car blanket.
You need that, yeah. I do half double for everything. If you're newish to crochet, that's what I recommend. Otherwise, your edges might get wonky. That's yeah, fair. That and single crochet are the easiest. Here's what I found. I found that like if you a lot of the time if you follow the pattern, they'll tell you the best way to keep your edges straight. Mm-hmm. But also. A lot of the time I don't actually do the stitch that they will sometimes I won't actually do the stitch they tell you to do because I'm like, well, this actually leads to a better edge. So I figured out enough that I can adjust that. Let's see. Katie says, I'm thinking about doing a reading blanket out of granny squares for all 4- and 5-star books next year. That's a smart idea.
That's a good idea. What are you thinking of, like a color scheme, or do you have like I just want to put in the books? Like you could do it with the color, the dominant color of the cover.
Yeah.
I know.
There was someone, I don't know how they're doing, but they were doing a like a granny square blanket, but there was a flower that like was actually crocheted up like 3D almost. Oh, cool. And it was so funny because they were doing it for the surprise songs on the Eras tour. So they got all of theirs, like, okay, for this album, this is the color. For this album, this is going to be the color, blah, blah, blah. And then she started doing mashup.
And there's been nights that she's done 7 songs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, for me, I would just be like, I'm going to pick the 2 that she did the most of for that particular match. Like, we'll just do that.
Yeah.
So they had to go out and get all new yarn. It was hilarious.
Was it Amsterdam night 2 or night 3 where she did Mary's song Everything Has Changed and So High School? I would say the entire lyrics if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be the friend that blocked me because they were sitting there like getting in a huff because like I don't like the term Gaylor because it makes me feel like you guys hate gay people. And I was like, well, you've been here long enough. You know that is not what people like. Gaylors named themselves, number one. So when we're talking about gay, like that's, and so they were like, well, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. And I'm having like a perfect, and they're like, you have anger issues, and blocked me.
Okay, bro.
I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry that my vent space offends you. Like, and I was like, I haven't even posted anything angry in the last month because I just quit my job and was quite happy. So that might be why I haven't seen them.
Maybe.
I would go insane doing the same stitch / pattern for a full blanket. I understand that.
See, I'm actually pretty okay doing just the cable stitch for this blanket and for this Kindle cover blanket for book thing.
Yeah.
But for the hats, I'm gonna have to do fisherman's rib, I think.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, Brianna says genre blankets are do a genre blanket. Just do a genre blanket that you're gonna give to someone.
Margaret is basically telling you without telling you, do a genre blanket and then give it to me.
No, I don't need more blankets. Brianna has a lot of family members that would appreciate a handcrafted something. So I'm just saying that's an option if you don't want to do something for like your office or for like the car or for the dogs to have. Because a half double is tight enough that you might be able to give it to like one of the dogs to use. And
Doyle's
it wouldn't
emotional support blanket.
Yeah, it wouldn't be terribly it wouldn't get snagged too much.
We're gonna have a whole like closet full of items for Doyle by the time we get done with this.
We will have Doyle dressed and looking spectacular.
The other option is
we'll give him little booties.
Yep. The other option is do your genre blanket and donate it to like I know like you would do a smaller version and you probably have to do more than one, but donate it to like a NICU because I know they're always looking for blankets. I've thought about calling my hospital and being like, hey, like what I crochet more than I can use, and I love crocheting blankets. Would y'all be interested in like what
if
would
you
I
did
need
that way? You could technically do one a month, and just every month your genre blanket goes to the NICU.
Yeah.
Although that would be a lot of crocheting because you gotta read like a lot of books. I don't feel like I could make a blanket on my ratings, but I tend to stick to my comfort zone fantasy very nice.
See, I know for a fact that my blanket's going to be at least 85% gray next year. Yeah. So I made sure to have as much gray wool as my hands could carry leaving that job.
Oh, that's funny. Gray, hold on, what was gray? Gray was 4 stars.
And also for half stars, they're going to be rounded up.
Well, yeah, of course they're rounded up.
So 3.5 will be a 4, 2.5 will be a 3, etc.
Unless you wanted to get fancy.
Beg pardon?
I said unless you wanted to get fancy and include more colors, you could do that.
Could do that.
Especially if you do like 3.5 and 4.5 stars frequently.
Then I will have to do a whole other
color palette
Zostragrena run, and I don't think I won't get away with that again because the last time I spent €60 and apparently that's a lot of money that we needed for the weekend for groceries. And I was like, okay, maybe we won't have as many groceries this weekend, but I'll be warm.
I mean, that's why you order online because it's a lot harder to window shop.
Fun part about living separately is that I can order whatever the hell I want and nobody can say anything to me because this is my house.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, all right. Shall we do another sprint? We've been talking for forever. That's fine. Let's go ahead.
I have decided I'm going to work on this specifically until the sprint starts, until the sprint ends.
Okay.
This sprint. Beautiful. Not like the entire evening. Beautiful.
Nice.
All right, we'll go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do?
I hit 20%.
Nice.
And I have pretty much half a square.
That's amazing.
Nice.
I love it. How about you, Lisa?
I have this much done. I think it's
Mhm.
about 6 or 7 more rows. And I am 6% of the way through business casual. It's
Nice.
good. I am enjoying my time.
Awesome. Let me see. So there wasn't a lot of reading. Okay, so I made it to 10% because I've only listened to like 5 minutes of the book because I spent the greater majority of that sprint remembering how to cast on and then trying to figure
the funnest part.
Yeah, and then trying to remember how to do this particular project and then realizing that if I really wanted to that I needed for this before I moved on to this project, I needed to go back and do the previous project to just kind of remind myself how to freaking knit. And so most of my time was spent watching videos trying to do all of that.
Were you just doing a basic cast on?
I was doing a long tail cast on.
Oh, I only learned about the long tail like during this week.
I don't know how to do any other one.
Those are the only two that I know as of now. The basic cast on is my go-to, but I'm thinking for the ratings blanket, even though it's going to take up so much, I'm probably going to do the long tail.
Yeah. We'll see, because I know you don't like the circular needles. I love the circular needles.
I'm using circular needles right now.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was someone else that doesn't like knitting in circular.
I love knitting in circular.
I was going to say, because I like them better because you have more room, right?
Yeah.
So I have to figure out if I'm going to do the size up that she recommends or if I wanted, because I think I'm kind of tight when it comes to my knitting.
Oh, my knitting is really tight as well, actually.
I find that I like the wooden, because I have a pair of plastic. I have several metal and I have several wooden. I find that I like the wooden knitting needles more than metal or plastic because I feel like it has enough slip that it's easy to knit on, but not so much that it's slipping off all the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because metal can be like really bad to slip off.
Yeah.
Really bad for it.
So, and especially since I'm just now starting again, I feel like I'm just going to go back to the wooden ones potentially.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, anyways, so I'm going to knit another one of these. They're washcloths.
Yeah, just a little, like a square to start you out.
Yeah.
And it has you do both the stockinette and the garter stitch.
Oh,
so
nice.
That'll help me out as far as
what's
remembering.
Your border? Is your border just a rib or a garter?
I think this is just the garter stitch is the border.
Okay.
So, because she starts you with the garter stitch and then she teaches you how to do a proper knit. And I might even just for my mom find a really soft cotton yarn and make some of those for her.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I might not. I might decide that I'm done knitting for a year and a half again.
It's like The Sims.
Yeah.
Play The Sims for 7 months straight, put it down, do not pick it up for 12 decades. That's how you play The Sims.
That's how I play Baldur's Gate too, is I'll play it nonstop for like 2 days, and then I will do nothing but...
That's how
it doesn't exist.
Stardew Valley too.
There's no in between for me, it seems.
No.
It's either all out.
Stardew Valley too. Just all in, none of it.
It doesn't help that Onsor, I won't tell you who Onsor is, but it doesn't help that Onsor is pissing me the fuck off right now. Because he is so hard to deal with. But how did everyone in the chat do? I think we're going to do one more sprint, guys. And then I'll see if there are sprints going that I can send y'all to. So, Katie says it's time for Saturday quiz night for me. You're welcome. This will be a recurring thing. We'll discuss when we don't know when the next one is, but we'll figure that out later.
Some of us don't even know what we're doing like tomorrow. So please don't ask us when this next sprint's going to be. It will happen.
Yeah.
But we just can't give you any concretes right now.
Also, it doesn't help that like we're starting this right as the holiday season.
Yeah, that was fucking genius of us, wasn't it?
So who even knows?
Yeah.
Who even knows what our lives will look? I mean, I don't do anything for the holidays.
I will be in Ireland with my family for most of the holiday season.
Yeah.
And then during that time, I will be open to knit and shit, a stitch and bitch if you wish.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Like, we could end up doing multiple next month because we have time off. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
No.
This is they're cozy, but they're chaotic.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops, forgot lunch was a thing. Should probably take it. I know I need to eat food, but I'm also hyper focused on doing this. So I think I'm gonna have Pop-Tarts. That's a very balanced.
What flavor?
I'm a brown sugar cinnamon girly.
Okay, cool.
That was the only one really I could eat as a kid. I really shouldn't. It's gonna just screw my face up more, but oh well. Oh no, Kellen frogged and restarted the project.
Oh no.
I frogged that stupid headband that I was supposed to be working on because that's the one that they have you work on for a ribbed knit.
Okay.
I frogged that bitch so many times. I was like, you know what?
This happened. Can you see it? I think you can kind of. This hole happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, I don't want to. I probably should, but I don't want to. So I spent some time trying to fix that, and I was this close to frogging. I really was.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I'm not that person. So also got 1 hour and 25 minutes in Malice. Very nice. Okay, hold on. Let me find the timer. We're gonna skip the break because we don't have that much to talk about this time.
So we really want to get back into our passion.
Yeah.
Some of us want to go fucking own these knitting needles.
Yeah.
Do it.
I'm gonna go kick this yarn's ass.
Yeah.
Anyways,
you should have needles to the boss, bitch.
I am gonna show the needles who the boss is.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll see. This should be fun. But I will see y'all. Come back here. I will see y'all in 3, 2, 1. Wait, I'm on the wrong thing. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It's fine. Welcome back, everybody. How did we do that sprint? I got to 10. Hold on, let me see if I can do this without absolutely losing all of my work. We got this much done with the knitting project. So there's that.
Nice.
Now I've forgotten which way is forward, but I'll figure that out later. Okay, I know. I'm good. It's fine. I figured it out. It's marker.
Gotcha.
So anyways, how did you do, Julie?
Good. I was switching back and forth between Dark and Secret Magic and this book. So I only read about a chapter of each, but
okay.
And we're getting there.
Nice. Is that the Evermore square?
This is Fearless.
Oh, okay.
So
nice.
it's pretty gold.
Gold, okay.
Yeah. But
very nice. Yes. How did everyone in the chat do? How did we do? Okay. Hello, I got duck out. I got to duck out. Okay, bye. Kellen had to leave because of a migraine. Gonna go lay down as well. Hey, Brittany, that was the last sprint, unfortunately. Hey there, Nikki. How are you? That's going to be it for us for now. We will let you guys know when the next one is going to be and whose channel it will be on. So we got to figure that one out.
Yeah.
But is there anything you want to plug, Julie, before we head out?
I posted a Winter-a-thon TBR for this morning for Rainy's Readathon that's starting this week. That started yesterday, I guess. Yeah. And that's about it. That's all I got going on right now.
Okay. I don't know what we can do about that, Nikki, because there's only I'm seeing it here. So there's only so much I can do about that. That might be an internet thing, but it's not something that's in my control. So let me, I have videos that are coming out. I just don't know when they're coming out. So there's that.
Yeah. I will have content for you, but I don't know what or exactly when.
Yep, exactly. That's kind of where we are right now at this point in the year. I need to sit down and do my content planning, which I may do later this evening or this afternoon. So, but thank you guys for joining us, and I will see y'all later when we will talk about more wordy, nerdy things. Bye.